really need to freaking give the demon bear the boot. Good evening, everyone. Hello, welcome. It's time for some reason, I almost said Persona. I don't know why. I almost said this is Japanese Persona, but Persona is Japanese. How goes everyone's evening today? Starting a smidge bit later than I was anticipating, but that happens. It's not a huge deal. The Ouija! It's Ramirez as well. The Clouded Kokoro. Hopefully there's not too many flashing lights for you, Sora. But it's Ace Attorney, there may be. Anyway, our house is empty! Naruhado's legal consultancy. Whew, we made it back in one piece. Just, perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London, you were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. the simple way she just giggles. Oh, I know, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhado-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. This empty. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it. That's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. Oh, she's looking serious now. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhado-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Sasuto-san. Thank you. Stop staring at them big old eyes! Why is our house empty? Why is it empty? It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he actually is a bare-faced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sosuke-san poisoning the tea. Soseki-san, sorry. Careful with your phrasing, Sasuto-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. It's amazing how much of some of these cases were planned in the first game, right from the get-go. Like they freaking placed Mr. Shamspear and Mr. Meterman in case 3, I believe, or case 4. I'm not sure which one. Of the first game, so they must have really had that foresight of knowing they were going to be using these characters later on. It's honestly really impressive that they had planned that far ahead. But I'm starting to see why people are saying that this series really needed a third entry to flesh it out some more, because it does feel like everything's going at a breakneck pace all the time. Understandable, Sora. What's become of him, actually? I was hoping he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's, as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah, yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful if you're phrasing, Naruhado-san. He didn't stab anyone. These two, I swear. Love you both, though. Soseki-san, an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. Okay. So we know that Soseki-san took the tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeare's room that will help us solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma's wishes. You have your suit on? Kazuma Ozagi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Yo, he's really close to the screen. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through the trial. That you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. Wanted his bromance to continue. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Bruh. Naruhado-san? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But... yes, I do wonder if his true intentions lie elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, and that's all. True intentions. Naruhado-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? Whoa, I mean this. The sword! He wanted to stab someone! His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Sword. Yes. And not the beautiful woman sitting right next to you. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. He did? I don't remember this. Maybe it's another conversation that we don't actually get to see. Karuma? That's right. It's a prize sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asagi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. His headband's always blowing in the wind. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that we need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Kill someone. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I don't know, Sasatoad. That's what I'm trying to find out. I had hoped that the answer to that question would have become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet I have not found a single clue. I see. Wait, was that it? Why is the office empty? What's this? Tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently. Yes. The English are so clever come up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home. And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too. I'm not sure that's really the idea. Onions! Keep the vampires out. I heard that there's another room behind that door. Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhado-san, as you well know. Shall I help you unpack your things? That's very kind, but no thank you. Your luggage looks very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it? That's very kind, but really, no thank you. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. The only secret I have is the 5-yen banknote hidden on the backside of my Daramama doll. Oh god. Okay, there's nothing in here then. Wait, what's this? I didn't mean to hit that. I love these two. They have such good energy. Okay, well, let's move, I guess. There are so many locations. Okay, well, let's go see the family here. Okay, Sholmes' suite. Oh, Runo and Susie! Hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Backstreet's back. Really? Thanks, Cyrus. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The wanderers returned at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned that only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. Wait, why? So tell me, how did the trial go? Dude, what is it with that type of outfit? Like the suit, what do you call that? Like just the suit vest? It just makes men look so freaking sophisticated and dapper. Like, I don't get it. It doesn't matter who it's on. You just look so refined while wearing it. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. Well, why didn't you? And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhado. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that whatever is that odor? Odor spelled like the British well. Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Alright. No, I want to speak. Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Barak Von Zeeks. Yes, it is an interesting sword. What is that word? He has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue, sitting upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's vital terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Moustache is a fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. He's pointing at it. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. Well, that does make it sound like that. As it happens with Sassato, that is quite impossible. Wait, oh? Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhado. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial with the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death concluded with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. It's just a general loathing of all Japanese people. Alright, let's finish that one. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well, as Miss Sassato and myself, I felt even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? He won't tell us, even if he knows. We gotta keep that for the third game, or the second game. It was about 10 years ago that Barak Von Zeek chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I don't think he's gonna crack. I believe I have made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Wait, what? Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due time, of course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Moustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Very fair point. Foul smell. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. Was it a blue vial? What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Wait. Oh my. Wait, what? There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris! Her little goggles are so cute. At the ready, Hurley! Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? Yo, it turns black as night. It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off! Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor. The better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally? Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? Dude, you can see it on his hip. There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. At least he knows. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation, also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock-Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea incident was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. What you got to say for me, boy? So, your tea test. Is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is high or of inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging out our heels here! I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. Dang, Sora. No, what I am researching is skin prints. What? Skin prints. No... What? A nomenclature of my own design as this chemical agent makes that possible. This reveals objects touched by whatever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes, as long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Okay, but what? Well, I think we should go back to the scene so we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Runo. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. Dude, his theme song again. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We will eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie. Okay, goodbye. They left! Well, let's go there first, then. That seems like the most likely spot to go. Okay, so there's the soap. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ground floor. No, this is not Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Oh, hello. Man, you make me hungry with your stuff. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. Or are you nowhere near? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know, the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it, with the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Okay, Grace. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? None. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Alrighty. Well, time to look at stuff. Ah, there he is! I didn't even realize he was there! Has he been there the whole time? I just didn't see him. Bro, I love him so much. Okay, so let's see what we got. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, Herlock jump scare. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Miss Sassato. Let's hope it stays that way. Dope. It turned out Mr. Shamster wasn't eating the soap at all. Yep. Not sure why he had it on the plate while he was holding a fork in his hand to solve. Yes, surprise his latest ice queen out of its mold. And in the process, he actually broke the bar of soap in two. Certainly was hard to imagine, let alone to deduce. He ran out of change. He wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true. But if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters would be very harsh for the forgetful, too, then. I'm starting to wonder if Sissatosan and I are going to make it into spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. How dark the state of the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out over the after ice queen melted, as you established court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamster must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea. I'll give him that. Let's see. The sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap aside, can't you? Sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Asato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhado. So, buddy, Mr. Shaw, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing over there? Dear me, what's a great detective? One is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. What are we gonna do? What's all this? Yo, the flower. All this, precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhado. Herlock Sholmes' essential skin prick seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamster's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic excretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those excretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There. Now, spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How? How do I do that exactly? A little press of the A button on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this? What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator is in a pressurized gas. It is the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally while I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead! Try it, my dear fellow! Try. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore! Okay, well, let's see. Dude, all over the window, but not the bricks themselves. It's so... Yep, not the bricks. Didn't touch the envelope. Or this stuff. He touched that. Okay, he did touch this stuff. did not touch the pot. Dude, it's going everywhere. The plate, the fork, the soap, the box. Look! Sorry. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. On the wall? So there are. A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Miss Sasato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Let's see. On his clothes. Are we out of spots? Okay, am I looking for something else? Like, I don't know if I can leave. Bruh, I don't know. Okay, so I still need something. Oh, wait, what? Wow, look at all this here. He's crawling on the floor? Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I didn't know what that was. I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print ink all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the wall there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. Wait, what? What are you doing down there? Ah! What is it, Miss Sasato? Bro, her boots. Look here, Mr. Naruhito. One of the floorboards has popped out. What is that you mean? It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Miss Sasato! So, what do we have in there? Oi! What you lot doing? Victor Gregson. Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips, well as we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Okay. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. Not a hiding place you could just make use of in Japan. I don't think I can lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about that wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Look at how she this cute little faces she makes. She's like, just giving it the stink eye. Oh. I'll investigate it once. You do that. Her heels don't look like they're gonna fit on the box. Oh wait, those aren't heels. They're just standard boots. Nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think of anyone who would be touching the wall over and over in one place like that. What? 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 There you are! Print for you! Oh, thank you very much. Did Da Vinci make prints too? Now then. I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know! So am I! Okay. What's up, Gregson? I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask, Gregson, now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson! Really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there. Seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. Bruh. No, I suppose not. Bro, that... Dude, I think his feelings are hurt, man. Poor Sholmes. A dismissal... A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Ugh, I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Sholmes is a great character. It's a shame he's just not in enough of anything. Alright, fair is fair. What? You did discover the hiding place, after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Excuse me. Do it quickly, my dear fellow! If there's one thing I know about this man, is that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi! Stop making me out to be some kind of nut! There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Well, let's see the clipping first. It looks like this was cut of the paper about 3 months ago. About a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. I think I've actually been to Manchester, maybe. How terrible. Made the headlines down here in London as well. Look, have been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. My goodness, he committed a capital offense? A man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work. Into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. That's a lot of money. Especially the time period and conversion rates considering. Like, think about it. Our American money's worth more than Japanese yen. But British pounds are worth even more than American money. So that money gap is massive. A hoard of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like. But he'd hidden it somewhere, and no one knows where. And now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost, en route down, or some such was the deadline. Doesn't that strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully encoiced under the floor? I suppose now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got in Selden back in the yard and see if I can't turn anything up. The capital offender article has been entered into the record. So let's see, the print. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. It's Jaredeb and... who is this? Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Jaredeb, the landlord, of course. Who is the young man on the right? Mr. Jaredeb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Aren't you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. He ain't no Detective Dick Gumshoe. My dear Inspector Veggyball was pointing something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismissal failure. Yes, I heard. I love him so much. Our third wheel is so great. We can't have a tricycle without our third wheel. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamster himself isn't in it. Photograph pits are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Jared was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Could be. The box. Now, this same box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it if you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case. I would be in the least surprised. Nevertheless, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamspear, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhata. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Bro! Is there nothing more to this box, then? I wonder. What? Kitty! You're so cute! Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was his name? What was its name? It's Mr. Natsumi's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? Yeah, like Mr. Natsumi refers himself in Japanese. I wonder how he's gotten there. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man. What? Meat. Hamba. Yo, cat likes meat. Yeah. Okay, I don't know why the cat was... Oh, it's napping! He could be happier now, look. Hope we can bring some happiness to its owner, too. Oh, it's so cute! Oh, I love him. Cute little wag high. Oh, stretchies. You gonna tell me the secrets? That was a cheeky little meow, wag high. Oh, but he's so adorable. I can sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Okay, well, okay. 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 A hole in the wall? Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're not allowed to do anything with it right now. Okay, well. I guess we're done here for now. Let's head upstairs, I guess. Bullets on the wall! Mr. Jared appears to be out. Oh well. I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Okay. Let's go to prison. Oh, God. Here he is. Oh, Mr. Natsumi is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello! God, this guy. I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsumi is, or her luck shows. I don't know about the courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's who I am. I'm just a cat. Mr. Naruto, he's trying to escape from reality! Trying to? He already has. Completely. What is your name, then? As yet, I have no name. Naruto, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. He is not willing to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsumi? Not back to reality. I am not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world! What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul was never to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope! Yes, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court in my lodgings! Here, there, everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire! You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we had deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea! You won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn, Soseki certainty. Bro, he dabbing and doing the gotcha! Oh, you can't see, my face is in the way. He's doing this. Ah, man. Hold on, let me move myself for just a second so you can see it. There it is. The gotcha. That's fine. I don't need that much more space. Okay, anyway. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot! We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. At the time, we were both completely fine. I'm sure about the fact that he and Mr. Shamsfield then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shamsphere, what have you ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsumi? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh, dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am, if I had money. I would have chosen to live in an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings! Oh, yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially in the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there is still haunts this place, and it's trying to kill me! Capital offender? Could be, Sora. Might I ask, look up to Mr. Haru Esquire, that next time you visit me, you bring the stores of super soft soaps. Scores of them. Not sores. Let's see. Let me present then the picture. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in the Mr. Shamster's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer. And the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings! What? He's already taken one man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. Oh, sorry, one person. A miserable mustache, Malay Japanese man. Mr. Nephew, if you know something, please, you must tell us. How's everything you can about the evil spirit? The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings. At Mr. Garrideb's house. What? He lived? Where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? Oh! That's why there's a hole in the floor and there's a hole in the wall. The freaking Sham Spirit has been living in that place looking for the treasure, I bet you. Before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsumi? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. Oh, really? The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was a little locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like you're doing it now. That's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Tell me more. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. Wait, what is that? When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas? I only found that out after I signed the lease. Mr. Jibby came to tell me later. I couldn't stop myself trembling. Yet if I knew beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal! Luckily for Mr. Garrideb, maybe. I'm not so lucky for Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is! It is! At first, I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice! But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight, but for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out, and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible! It's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. Then there's what happened to Mr. Shamster last night. He was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more than that is going to be contained with the curse, though. Why do you can cause all these strange happenings in Mr. Garrideb's rooms? Hold on. What is it? I need to see the word again. I don't actually know the word. Let's see. A-S-H-X-I-A. Why is it capital? Oh, the condition when the body is deprived of oxygen, causing unconsciousness or death. Basically suffocation. Okay. Anything else I can present? I'm not reading this because I was bad and wrong information. Try to get more information out of him. Okay, so his receipt. It occurs to me now that it was those confounded books that saw me arrested the first time, too. Oh, yes, I suppose that's true. After I spent my precious pennies on them. That's the thanks I get. Now I don't know when I'll read them. No, not when... If I may very well hate them too much to even open their covers. I don't know about that we can blame the books for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsumi. Alright, well, I guess we're done here. For now. Okay. Guess we can try here. Oh, the rat! What do you suppose is happening? Sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Whoa! Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot you were looking. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain giveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God have mercy, ample lady. But thou seest, I have vigor still. Behold my Shakespeare dance! My God. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? She's totally afraid of it. Oh no, get away from me. Oh, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land where rises the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Mary, I do believe I am returned into another ward. He was looking. That's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work. Yo, she's gonna hit him with a brush. Sword and shield rise high. Eastern fellow, so dark yet clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well. Thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Ew. Ew. Keep that suggestive nonsense away from me. Anon executed. What? Those aren't words, I believe. Get out of here. Mr. Shamster might technically be the victim in this case. There's going to be a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Ah, Miss Green. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. No, I see. We're delighted you to be willing to go home, Miss Green. A Mungsug. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Don't forget to pack your rat. Okay, So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. This poor girl, so depressed. Well, yes, that really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, you're just walking along in the snow, minding my own business. And completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Okay, hang on. Is it the same? Yep, it's him again. Okay. Is there anything else to do here right now? Lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? If you're a patient here, I'm sure you take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That isn't a worry. At least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I have no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits to even what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Sassato. Is there nothing to do here? There's gotta be something. Is there really nothing? Animation? Where did that come from out of nowhere? Okay, well. Well, let's try Briar Road, I guess. I'm running out of options. Okay, nothing here. William Robbins. A little animation of Aqua doing the Chibi Naruto dance? That would be adorable. Okay, let's try Jared's room. Is he home? There's Moon Man. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Jared. Right, badly business it is for me, you know? Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, fate of my lodgings hang in the balance and all that. Not trying to miss. Fate have always been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the captain place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. There's the old haunted lodgings or some such. Well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blaze is going on, don't you know? Yeah. Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Miss Natsumi's trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off at the prison on the way home. In fact, basically business. I see. So, I'm bringing you to my haunted abode today, eh? It's a fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yeah, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. I think it's that Bali curse. The convict's curse, you mean? I heard the stories, have you? Ron Scoundrel was arrested here, and the next chap in the room gets it and keels over. And then that woman he just dropped dead just outside the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, you mean Miss Green? Miss Green who was stabbed by the knife. Mr. Shamshire was the one who poisoned last night. We're both very much alive still. Yes, well, so that blasted convict's hers, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such a I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why? That sounds like the lap of luxury. I love the fact that he's been here the whole time and just now decided to speak. I love it when the game just, like, he's here and they don't address him in the silliest ways. Like, has he been following us around all day? Like, we saw him, like, a second ago, but he never spoke. So it just makes me believe he's just chilling in the corner, waiting for a turn to speak all the time. He's just always around. Well, sure, you could just crush up your pills, turn them into like a dust, and just then swallow that with a glass of water. Or cut the pills into fragments. That's what I used to do when I was a kid. Because I had a hard time swallowing pills too, until I eventually just kind of managed to get over it. Sorry, fingers are covered in dust. Cheese dust, as it is. Oh, particles! I hate the pill. Alright, there we go. Has anyone ever had these before? The Dots Snacks Cheese Curls. If you ever had their pretzels, they're just dusted with cheese and this pretzel dust, and it's so good. It's just the sucky part of being, I guess, being an adult store. You're just expected to take pills for every medicine. They don't make freaking chewables or liquid medicines for everything nowadays. You could dissolve it in a cup of water or a shot of water and then just drink that way. I don't know if I said that already or not. I'm not so sure about that. Why are we just not... Bro, he's like, we know he's here. We're just not even surprised anymore. Oh, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames of your gas lamps there. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir! That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Some fishy fellow from the Far East, and a failed actor chap of a questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Jaredeb. Mr. Natsumi is in no way fishy. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that. What? Ow! I just pulled the cord out of my head. Jeez, that hurt. Where did it go? There it is. And nymph. Hold on. Is that the wrong slot? It's the wrong slot. There we go. There's no reason, no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is that right? Is it right when he took the vacancy immediately after the previous student passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. Mr. Shamshire been lodging under your roof. A failed actor chap? Let me see. Yeah, of course. Been 3 months now, quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Jared, if I ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden, the convict, you mean? Do you have some kind of connection there? That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now. You see? Some lady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tradition showed his face. The actor fella. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. "'Tis small, this room be inhabited. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor. For their well for rent. They're sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. I already have a lodger in the middle floor. Ground floor room is vacant, though. Will it be made out of nothing? Repeat my will to thee. Oh, curls muffling your ears, the room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well. We have an accord. Round here. Walk on the Briar Road. Hello to Shamspeare, dance to celebrate. Yeah, I have a hard time forgetting that, too. From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. So he's been trying to steal, he's been trying to kill the tenants of the other rooms using the gas, I'm guessing. So he's just trying to get him arrested so he can snatch the room. He was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. That fellow was a barley player, alright. Thank you for your candor. Candor, Mr. Jared, we are most grateful. If you're generally to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal lodgings in me. What? What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then? Okay. Let's see. Can I show you this? Quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. I haven't really got the energy to hold eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time, though. Let's see. Mr. Jared, can I ask you to look at this photograph? Is this your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. Street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really. Was he by chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yep, that's right. Now, the young gentleman who died in the room in the mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Moustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. We were in the middle of a room about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe. Yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps too much up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me, it was. Ah, yes. Synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, we all badly collapsed. Because of the gas? Yeah, the room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it sent me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But after he had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the Bali curse! The Convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. This one's really defensive. Yeah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan. Night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Yeah. Here it is. Left on my desk. Is this the letter from the other case? If you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? You're my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. I think it is. Do you think we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Sessato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no! Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's gonna play on my mind. But really, the idea of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please. I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. Olive Green? This is the woman who's plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Osaki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Thank you. There's a chance that her name was come up now? Could it possibly be a coincidence? Mr. Naruhara, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Sasato. My God, Mr. Sholmes, I can't even with you. Can we take that, then? Has it been added to the court record? Not officially, but I think that's all we needed. Alright, hopefully she hasn't left yet. She's still here. Mr. Naruto, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Rien's well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news. But hopefully just before she leaves. Ah! What is it? We just kept finally noticing the picture? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. She said that for 2 days straight. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me. That's all. Medicine known as arsenic? We're hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright. She's definitely behaving strangely. Coax something out of her. Well, there's you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh, yes. I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospitals have to want them lingering, wasting space. The people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably should have stayed around and chat. There doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. That's for sure. Time to present. Agreed. We were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Whoa! Oh! Oh no, I'm so sorry the bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. Until you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. No. So he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led to Mr. Jaredibs. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst, but cheapest room in the entire Eastland. But then 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. That's sad. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave this hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, I'll be on the way. Mr. Naruto! He's spun in! So you're not about to leave? That's quite out of the question. He just spun it. That rat is over there with the potion. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. No, of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching it intently from the shadows, as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Hey, Splat, how are you doing? Merry Christmas. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Sassato, is this. Why do detectives in such ex post facto mundus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets the great detective apart. What do you mean? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Narado. This is a great disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You can only look, and you cannot fail to see. Hold on. I've been doing pretty good. It's been one heck of a hectic year, but I've been doing good. I need to clear my nose. For some reason, I can't breathe. I hope I can breathe now. Oh, that sucks. Oh my god. You can do it, Mr. Naruhado! I know you can! Sure. Dead rat. Oh! It's a rat! That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink when we arrived. Clocking the bananas. You don't think. Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of the scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Ah! I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse personally. Dang, Sasato. What the heck is that? Miss Green? Or are you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Ah!
Pineapple chicken.
Hi. Hey, don't. What?
Pineapple chicken.
Okay.
Pineapple chicken.
Okay. Okay. Alright, go.
What the heck is this game? Pineapple chicken.
Okay, I get it. I heard you.
Pineapple chicken. Pineapple chicken. Pineapple chicken. Pineapple chicken.
Nieces. What are you gonna do? Once we'd left, you would have put to your lips again, wouldn't you? And then taken the poison. No! Miss Green, please talk to us. Pineapple chicken, yes. Whoa. Not mine, they're my nieces. My sisters. They're Geeks kids. Suicide. That's what's for dinner, pineapple chicken. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label, and I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Poor girl. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. She's crying. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I think you have no objection. No, none. Okay, so what do we do now? Do we examine the note? Definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand, in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. There we go. The card. Pizza Doritos sounds good too. Neither the sender's name nor the address appeared to be written on the envelope or card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Really? Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter of the meeting. Matter of the utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes, a pub on the north corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Jared's house is on. Does that mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. Poor girl. Been through the ringer. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have dragged up such a painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise that you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how it all has made me feel. Even as Green and Bartholomew behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. It's nighttime now. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trial for today. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhito, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in the court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Jared's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case. We've yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. To Mr. Natsumi's tea, you mean? Yes, will they have found that in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh, dear. Yes, Barak von Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there. Between my eyelids cooperate in the morning. I feel that. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused. And keep fighting for Mr. Natsumi's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, a lonely Turk. Suzuki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn. For all of us. To be continued! We're not stopping here, though, don't worry. No problem, Splat. Thanks for stopping in a little bit. Hopefully we'll see you around again. I'm going to probably give us a brief... well, I'm not going to be gone for a minute. I'm just going to go grab my dinner and then come back. Ah! Hey, so Seki... This is it then, Mr. Naruhado. Okay. I'm going to do a quick break. I'm not going to be gone for very long. I'm probably going to run a minute of ads. I'll be back with my dinner and we'll continue. I'll have to eat in between the work. It's always hard eating dinner during these segments. Where is... There it is. Okay, so I'll be back in just a moment. I'll leave the music on here just in case I'm gone longer than the ad. I'll be right back. Alright, we are back. Honestly, when I saw the green name, I thought it was Icelate that had joined the stream. This is it then, Mr. Naruhado. Yes, it's time to put an end to this show. The miserable curse has been plaguing Mr. Natsume to everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Sasato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! People of the court remiss versus the United States. Oh no. Ah! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, Glucom student Mr. Naruhado Esquire! Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh yes, there it is, inner calm. You barely came to see him at all yesterday. I mean, I only came to see you once. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful, long-lost homeland. You've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. That's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you can win this battle on your own merits. That's a very clear message, I think. That he's overslept again. And the great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. Trial is about to begin. You may make your way to the courtroom anyway. Okay, once again. I'm sorry, that was very rude of me. Okay, once again, we face the Reaper. The Reaper stands for the prosecution. The defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend anymore, and I believe in Soseki-san's curse. Excuse me. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep my client and keep fighting until the very end. That's all. There's Dracula. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session, and call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. Mark my words. I feel obliged to say. I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you like. Bro, pause? Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. No sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Amen. Now, Lord Von Zakes, what can you tell us? The prosecutor's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. Wine time! Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black god in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of more sanguine hue. In fact, I will defer to the good detective for the reports. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Disney brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of that thing or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sasaki Natsumi, is blameless here. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What?
That stray cat out there is harassing her.
Huh?
It's stressing her out. She was on the back porch, but it kept getting close to her, and she was really freaking out.
Alright. Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Fire! Exactly! Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamsphere, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamsphere. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff! Show Mr. Shamsphere to the stand! Mr. William Shamsphere, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? For the truth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a belly full of the foul liquid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as he had first perhaps been led to believe. By using the bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the company supply, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given in. Real jurors, don't forget, this man's a rotten thief. Aaron, you all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say! Arrest him at once! And let him feel the sting in my tail. Whoa. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it still be that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona didn't contrive to poison me. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamsphere? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. We're still going on with this. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. This is so dumb. His credibility is in the trash. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none of it was found in the tea. This is so dumb. I hate this dude.
Bruh.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked mayor secretly poured his wicked poison. While this feigning distraction in our debate, near did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed, by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that the poison not be found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite! Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Ugh! I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused hands. Ah! Sirs and madams, 'tis true that I, Shamsphere, be a common thief of gas. But listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Me fix my boner here. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord? Yes, sir. Take him out. The Japanese... Okay, I don't need to read this. I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsumi. Is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first thee. Zounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue before thou hie to lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Verily and in truth, 'twas a fine-flavored brew. Your drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shamsphere. He seems even better informed than he was yesterday. Either that or I'm in worse form. The fated evening after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report. Naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. Imagine you saw the moment when he poison was added to your tea. You have witnessed the act, and then drank the tea. Now it does describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Well, I have the choice. And actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Right. No ice coins means no heating. The witness had more than one brush on with death on the night in question, if would seem. Reminds the court, Mr. Shamsphere, as to whether the accuser drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatest pleasure, my liege. But he did. He's lying that he did it. But I can't prove it. But the teacup Mr. Natsumi drank from was found empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim. Drink the tea while it's hot. I think from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. Fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. No, certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. An upset cup was found at the table, and his victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here. It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. Alright. Food is all gone. No more eating on stream. Still, nothing about this statement is troubling to me. Yes, of course, I know what it is. Mr. Natsumi's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. God, I love the way she speaks to him like a child. You witness now. Read for the court what it was that occupied you after your guests had left and before you drank your tea. Yeah, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? Who cheat? Or to die? 'Tis life's only choice. Yes. Faith, to cheat be wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't. And be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, at Montgas will take you to task over this legal task. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But, my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you. Starting with the shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for a Shamsphere dance! What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shamsphere, after the accuser returned to his own lodging, he used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct? To cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago. If, having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning, you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time. Once instead, by literary debate, naught else be found in the furrows of the mind. The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean, and who was the stronger of the two. Rightly, I did pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the indomitable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening? My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought I tipped be. What? Ah, yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. It's proven that there was no poison in Soseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today, it was as though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhito. Must be the Reaper's poison. We're afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty. It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Alright, what do we got to work with then? What do we got? Okay. What's this? This is the cup that Mr. Shamster was drinking from then. Stained on the inside. He does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot! That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese! This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsumi was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. Oh, great heavens! I always gulp it down, too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhado? Well, if you just sip it a little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Okay. She will. She can do it. I believe in her. Okay, here we go. Yep, baby! You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic? What is this? Ye dark, ye clad fiend? The two teacups from the scene. One used by the victim, and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What a big word! What difference? Look at the insides of the cups. Just here, there's clearly a visible ring. Yes, it's a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves the tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Oh, good lord, you're right! It's completely clean! And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. They all know. That's right! Yes! The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup, as well after several hours the tea was left standing. Drop it like it's hard! But, in short, Mr. Shamsphere, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! Okay. Oh, you knock it off. Oh, I don't think I've seen him drink it before. I probably haven't forgotten, though. As a rule, I shall fill my hallowed chest up to 7 times during any one trial. Now I gotta go back and count the other ones! You might want to keep that information to yourself. That's a lot. Oh, he dropped! Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle was dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspere. Yes, my liege? Zolio previously stated that you made the coins of the eyes for the leftover tea in the accused cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that? Yes, perhaps that there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene. A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Are you serious? Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily 'tis as though this house seen with thine own eyes that night. Oh my god. What? Forsooth, I was mistook! I did plan to use tea from the Japanese villa cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. This is nonsense. And you just suddenly remember now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that? People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of the note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the incipient ice coins that have bewitched the court. Must use me to find summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, keep vigilant! The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist! This is ridiculous. Bro, what? Foolhardy. What does this mean then? I do declare it means that there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. That's bull! Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear after I did dine at Grubbery's alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth, as would it be called a soup, and a leaf, as would it be called salad. And as insalubrious as the menu of the establishment were as it's served. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. What is happening? Jurors, all your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! Oh, sorry, if I may speak, my lord. Yes, foreman. I mean, we have been duped by that rotten defense. Are we really doing this? This is the most stupid thing you could catch me on. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know that the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, and what's he's been doing? I really never said anything like that. But we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't just yet! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decision now. You too? This is insanity. I may declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day! Ew, his tongue is creeping me out. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Typical my learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. This is said to be completely insane. Excuse me, my nose is just clogged for some reason. I wonder if it's the voices. The jurors' contentions. Those idiots. Men of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. What? New gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. This stuff explodes. It can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife stirs up for me is a little sketchy at times. What? Nothing else past the victim's... Listen, there's no other explanation, is there? Sorry. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced the decision somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind! This is actually... Truth is, our counterargument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. Mr. Shamsborough was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsborough was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court, incontrovertibly. But that's certainly almost as impossible. That's almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsumi will be found guilty. They're gonna break my balls one way or the other. No delays! Proceed! Quit your yapping! I hate that smug a-hole in the back. Freaking golden boner. The rebuttal. Alright, well. The info. All the evidence, you say. Well, that's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with the big mustache. Oh, I forgot I could do this. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. Well, we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry. The summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. To start with, though, we need to find some way out of this deadlock. Gold boner. 007 gold boner. This isn't the time to make, or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should Allamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. I don't even know why I'm looking at this. I probably would get a notification if there was something to see. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here? Ah, yes, madam. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up! Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea, and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable. No, Mr. Natsumi's not the one who's stealing the gas! I'll thank you not to go adding more crimes. Mr. Natsumi hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's made up as the price of this gas. She's such an idiot. I hate this woman. I hate this guy, too. Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah! You're right. I hadn't considered that at all. This is so stupid. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Bro, what? He's being picked up? Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Okay. Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. Electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here is nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to be contended with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies. Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers, fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Allamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. They make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes. And take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. Diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I didn't catch him off guard there. Thinking about what? Think about the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see. Go on. An Almont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask you for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he said? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Oh, I see. In other words, if I'm blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, didn't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the main blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. You trying to kill us all, I said? So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. That's why Natsume's stuff keeps going off, but then the room filled with gas. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhito, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind. Well, I do! That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Gas, gas, gas! There's so much gas. Yes, my lord, although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Okay. Let's see. Alright, so we need more information. Well, I can't present any evidence to them, it seems. Man, back to this. You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now. Most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in the tea time, see? I see her doing it. My wife. She gets that devilish look on her face. She sips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway. I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. You know what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell! Okay. My voice is getting a little tired from the different voices. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please. Ice has been outed. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning? Yeah, I'm sorry. What's that now? Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night... What's the matter with you? I'm sorry? I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Have you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is, he has selective hearing. Exactly, but still, this juror may well be the key to breakthrough that we so desperately need. Ugh, this is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamsphere was really poisoned. We have to prove it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsumi's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruhado, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh, like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. Probably owe it to my client to hear advice I'm able to offer. So perhaps I ought to let Sasato-san remind me. Then again, I'll just let her speak. Why not? I like listening to her talk. When a particular juror is talking, the other jurors will be listening, naturally. Most of the time, when people are speaking to themselves, they are careful not to give away more than what they want to. But when they're listening to others speak, they tend to be less guarded. Yes, that's very true. So if you see people reacting strangely in an unguarded moment, you must pursue them to find out why. Here, take a look at this, Mr. Naruhado. When you see you press jurors about their assertions, a marker appears in the center of the screen. But using the D-pad, you can move the marker to see how other jurors are reacting to what's being said. And if you find a particular juror who seems to be reacting oddly, you can pursue him or her about it. By catching people off guard, you may be able to glean new and potentially useful information. Yes, alright, I've got it. Press, and then press something that seems odd. Slide the marker with the D-pad, and see if one of the jurors is having a unusual reaction. So, pursue that juror. I didn't need to know that, but I like listening to her talk. Okay, I'm gonna press her until, just in case there was any other information. There's so much here. I had no idea. It's almost unbelievable. Might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening. All the time. Right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. Very difficult indeed. Thank you, that will do! Clearly this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have discussed rather too much already. I concur. So if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career in nothingness. Thank you so much! You will turn your attention to the next juror's dissertation, please, counsel. Okay, so who do I pit him against, though? This is difficult. Okay, I'm gonna try this here. These are the only two that are having anything to do with anything. Yo, but silence is what I'm looking for. These two guys clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! Who speak do you prefer, counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Yeah, well, yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. Right! What explanation? I wonder, the police checked the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there. I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of the gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou? Pity thee! Is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir! Shut up in the peanut gallery! I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine, that's probably not how you say it, could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the pump lamp into your wall lamp into your room. And that is how the poison came into your body. Good Lord! Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Isn't that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry that he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him then. For shame, madam, speaking of thy fancy! I assure you I'm not such a buffoon I have to kiss pipes! Fire! This is no summonation examination. This is a farce! The prosecution won't stand for any more of my learned Japanese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have places onto the pipe that feeds it, you would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. Fire! My throat wasn't ready for that one. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamster put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamster has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that, time and time again, Mr. Shamster stood in front of his gas lamp. Let's have a look at it. There is the thing. There's all that stuff's right there. What the? These are... Wait. What are these called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, Counsel? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamsford touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone can invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamsford also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in the room. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there. Around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear visible. We have the technology. Well, I wonder, could you have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where the prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Although the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamsphere has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right, well, have you been up to, you nut? I'd ask the court to recall our juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement... What, me now? Then the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe and caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and the gas start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamsford were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in the room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Correct! Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to... Oh my god, don't stop me now. I'm having a good time. First, I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summonation examination. I must toast, my learned friends, utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? The curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense. It's so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing! A mere toy, little bit amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But... Whoa, I forget her voice sometimes. Please, my lord, if I may. Miss Sasato? It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Holy jeez! That shut him up! And if the trial were to come to an end now, we would never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right! Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare, the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Bro. It's not normally a good thing, but man... In real life, it's just a thing. It's like, oh yeah, I showed the jury this. Yeah, sure, it's not legally accepted into evidence, but now they've seen it and they can't unsee it. Usually that's a tactic used by the villain of law-based stories and stuff. Not the actual defense. More like the prosecution trying to slander people and whatnot. and use false evidence that isn't real. I think even Edgeworth has done that in the actual Ace Attorney games as well. That's normally a villain tactic. But Sasito be like, hey, yo, now they know. They can't unsee it. It may not be proof, but it's got them thinking. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair to take him evidence. We're back to even. Even should still count, my opinion. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhado. If just one more jury changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsumi's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Miss Sasito, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Why, Mr. Shamsphere, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhado. You can do it! Very well. Continue, counsel. What do we hit now? Okay, so, but now what? Hold on, I'm gonna save again because I'm still up the creek right now. I don't have a. What do I pit against? Okay. It's. I have to pit them somehow. Let me see if there's anything new here. All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. But did I not press him? It says, oh wait, no, I have pressed this, but I can't skip it now, so nothing must have changed. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events of the night in question. What do you make of that? What? Your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamster had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecutor rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Well, oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait! Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you get in your Japanese courts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhado, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? People. I don't know if this would be helpful or not, but... Can I show the machine really did blow down the gas pipe in question? I can't prove it. I think supporting testimony is what we need. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible! Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Jared residence that night, namely, Mr. Jaredeb, the Moon Man. Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? Wait a minute, what? Phew, I don't think he was listening. Rest assured, counsel, I shan't let such nonsense go. Wait, what? Hold on, wait, I think wait. Witness who spoke about the gas on the night in question. Yes, there was someone. That's what I thought too. But obviously I chose the wrong person. Wait. Excuse me? Okay. Then is it Soseki? It's gotta be Soseki then. That's what it was. Wrong person. Honestly, I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Soseki Natsumi himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsumi said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on the fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamsphere's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence, or not? Good golly! So that Shamsphere fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Now, hold your horses there. What would he do that for? He's looking over there sweating. Mr. Foreman? What is a man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed while as this doubt remains. It's true I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ah! Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. Finally, back in this direction. That's four jurors leaning to not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted and in accordance with the law of this land. I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Yeah, buddy. Mr. William Shamsphere! My lord, how can thy humble Shamsphere serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summonation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either, the lamp or the pipe. But your imprints have made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, huh? Yay! I am done with this! The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Oh, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from a self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man has indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall, remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that. Huh? But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas piping feeding the lamp in the Mr. Shamp's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there. What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your fit to imagine that even if the poisons were happen to have been spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I wouldn't know that. I didn't think of that. I don't know that in any case, counsel, I feel as though it could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe network where he lived? Well, that's easy. He's looking for the special treasure hidden in Soseki's room, because he wanted that room for ages. And both people have almost died by the same thing. God, I know this. There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? Blasphemer! The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamster wanted to end the life of Mr. Soseki. If a gas lamp were to go out, it wouldn't be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Jared M., the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamster was trying to end. Outrageous! I am talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsumi isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious! He says it a lot. Yeah, he would. Ah! The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Oh, God. Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamsphere's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe. It was a clear retaliatory attack. Can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Of course. Ah! Dude. Whatever Mr. William Shamsphere may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetuated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. No, this is ridiculous. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it! In fact, now that the clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? No! He could never have gotten in here to poison the pipe! How would he have even done that without being noticed? That's ridiculous! No, let's not even... Oh my god! He won't let it go! Get up. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? He was on that! Mr. Naruhito, you must respond! Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. Dude, she's smiling at you. Get up! What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamsphere's room, so we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsumi of guilt. You mean, name the true culprit. I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsumi's fate will be sealed once and for all. Okay, I've got it. Alright, so, what I'm thinking of right now, who do we have in the court record of people? So we've got all these three idiots. They're not relevant. You know, the possibility of Olive Green is not gone, but she doesn't know. I don't know if she knows that he killed. Well, I don't think she was in a coma. I don't think she could have been awake long enough to poison him. It's not Jaredeb. It wouldn't have been Duncan Ross. So it's got to be Meterman or Queen Bee. But it's probably Meterman working. He's a witness to the incident. He saw the thing. Here's the thing. I also noticed this too. Despite that overwhelming evidence in the earlier section with the jury, she did not change her leaning at all. She wanted the guy's gas crimes found out entirely, but she still was stating that he was innocent in terms of the poison incident. So that tells me I think the gas company is involved. They wanted to get rid of him in their own way. I have no doubt that Mr. Natsumi's fate will be sealed once and for all, because Meterman's the only other person who can get into that room. Jared would have no motive for that. That's my current working theory now. Despite the fact that Mrs. Green has way more of a motive, but she was in a coma. Okay. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Oh, what? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what... Silence! Silence! Yo, she's going, yes! Let's go! There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is this so-called true culprit of the crime? That's not it, is it? You claim this person is the true culprit. Highly suspicious, I would say yes. Perhaps, my learned Nipponese friend, you should turn wide eyes of suspicion on yourself. What? For it seems to me that your reckless reasoning makes you far more than anyone else you could name. A very dangerous man indeed. Ah! Mr. Naruhito, please, you must concentrate. I was trying to. Then you must concentrate harder. Harsh. Who is the so-called true culprit of the crime? Okay. Oh no, this isn't it either. Okay, hold on. I need to load. Okay, so... Alright, if it's not the gas company people... then... I love how the game knows I've already seen this dialogue already. Okay, so... Then the only other option available to me, if it's not the gas company, and there's no motive for Jared to kill his own tenants, it has to be Miss Green. It has to be. There's no one else. It's not these three. It's not Soseki. And it's not going to be Tobias. I don't think William Shamsier is going to kill himself, as bad as a dude as he is. It has to be Miss Green. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsier is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. How are we going to do this? How are we going to rope this? Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I have heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green. The woman from 6 days ago. How? The victim is the recent stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsumi was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. I heard she regained consciousness 2 days ago. So she could have done it. I think, if my timeline is wrong. I think I was off. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamsier's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. Exactly. So how does this make sense? True. On the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamsier. Oh, my lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamsier's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We shall see my learned Japanese friend's farces through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Naruto Wright is stupid as well. We cannot find out, like... But bro, this is taking a turn I didn't even expect. So the gas company may not be involved in the... Well, it would be kind of bad for them to attempt murder, but like... Bro, what? Very well, I grant the request. How? Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. The only logical reason for me to actually name her would just be I gotta incorporate that half of the story in somehow. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his capability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. We could stop here, but, you know, it feels weird to stop at this point. I feel like we're not far enough in. If I need to stop sooner, it's fine. We'll figure it out. Yep. Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks! Oh, Mr. Natsume. I'm so pleased for you. We have to get Locum Student Mr. Naruhado Esquire and non-locum Judicial Assistant Miss Mikatoba Esquirus. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Aha! Good morning, my dear fellows. Ah! Herlock Sholmes! May you drink my tippet tea if ever fall silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please, save your derision. I know you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very clearly time for luncheon. Your score is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. A sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty of all its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me all at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is it not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at all last night. And the results. By the first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. You mean, sure. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah! Yes, of course. It's the poison. Sorry, wrong person. Yes, of course, it's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained the poison that nearly killed the Bic. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but looking inside the neck is not recommended. Can I have a word? Who is speaking? Oh, it's him. Ah, Gregson! How good of you to come! Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. He came back with a snack. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I am not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamsphere's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from the newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamsphere's room? The man by the name of, yes, Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Capital Offenders File. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have to duplicate information. Thank you, my darling. Why you give us a copy of such an important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the Inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe? Shush! Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Wow, okay. That's for the defendant and the defendant. Is it time? We're about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright, let's read this up real quick. I'll read it on the way in. Alright. 18 counts of burglary, 6 accounts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes while in prison. His final moments were witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester Strange... Okay, condemned criminal dies of natural causes. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of the convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of the morning. He had been suffering with fever ever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Natural causes. Who's his cellmate? So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here. Look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not. As long as we don't lose this trial. No, even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruto. Make up your mind up, Sasatoto-san. Okay, there was nothing. I'm looking for something here. Have a good night, Sora. Okay, Alright, well. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so... The best of luck to you. Welcome soon, Mr. Naruto Esquire! Yes, Mr. Natsume. It's time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, this is it. Ms. Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspear. This is going to be the final battle. Here we go. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. It's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Rinosuke. You have to. The final battle is here. Hopefully it won't take too long. Here we are. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense, namely that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge in wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zieks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Plural? Oh, him too. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamspear, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, No. I'm not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Mr. Shamspeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part that you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green. Yes. You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume. Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And do you accept the charge, Miss Green? Of course she doesn't. I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pigmented personage. Very well, let's proceed with the matter at hand. That being, to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens I passed by the neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in a hospital, fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside of the Garadem household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you to Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful incident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested in hearing from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place at Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. Alright. It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I had been in the area, and I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight away to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. Yes, the second incident inside a week, that at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence. And meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare? 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learnt of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine! Once the second son was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. No suspected. There is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I can feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. We saw the note, we saw that dude was there at the hospital. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. Ugh. God, I'm getting tired. It's not even that long of... Well, my tongue is getting tired of speaking. Alright. I'm gonna not read this stuff again for a brief moment. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry I had to go through that. It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And when I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested, Yes, the incident has been resolved already. This would help you to consider it a bad dreams that ended with your awakening, and should not be forgotten. Yes, I suppose so. Thank you. She's looking at him a lot, it feels like. Longer than a Persona palette. Before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to provide the truth about this new case. The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement. Coincidentally, yeah. What were you doing there that day, though? What do you mean? The art school you attend. What's it called? Ah, yes, it's the Thorndyke Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene of the underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why, then, would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Is that on this map? It's not even anywhere close. Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture. The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban investors. That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. Excuse me. Mr. Shams here on the evening of the incident 6 days ago? Would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. Alright. A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected Grubb's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, sulfata, soupy water, and pea like mush. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water at a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Oh, trust me. Perhaps there's a much more plausible explanation. The specific reason why you had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. Do I have it in the court record? Do I have the note? I don't have the note. The fact that on the day of all days, he dined at a place that he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. What the? The strange reaction of the incident 6 days were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain these actions. I don't think we do at the moment. I'll skip it for now. I wish you did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment. If you find a clue that would explain why Mr. Shamsier went there, you must present it at the court. Yes, absolutely. Does all this matter, counsel? I would like to ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning. I don't think that's the question in mind. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was this? Before she murdered that poor rat. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. Mr. Shansford, you have something to share with the court. To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me, the great bard's words bringeth from within me with near a thought. Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago, you seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps. Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though, Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would were it so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows are rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. Miss Green? Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shakespeare and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. I'll press it, but I don't think I need to. Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours. Exactly, so how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet, you still haul me in here to court like this, honestly. So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit. Well, but you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? Not at all. So there you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here. Oh, Mr. Naruhata, you pursued Mr. Jumpscare wonderfully there. It worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that. Ah, yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Thank you, game. Hold on, Ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Screen strikes me the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean? Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruto? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. They go together perfectly. The torn fin of the envelope belongs with this card. There we go. Okay, so hold on. Alright, let's just skim through this one, I think is what it is. I don't remember which statement it was. Okay, it's in his. Boing, boing, boing. Alright, let's save again real quick. Present evidence. Mr. Shamspeare? Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, the place you don't normally patronize, for a particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest it. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. And it explains why you had to be at this Slug and Salad that day, namely... I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Ah! Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare? Well... Excuse me. Can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I like to make something very clear about that card. Very well, then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note. This note was delivered to me at my address. There's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. That's not true, but I'll just press. I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you? Yes, that's right. There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope. It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I have no idea who sent it. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who was this Duncan Ross, please? A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic incident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of the note, to be honest, but in the end, I decided to go. So you found out what the information was? Well, of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight. Phyllis, on her way there, she was stabbed in the back. As my learned friend hopefully remembers. Ah, yes, of course. She never made it to the meeting. Well, I knew that. Alright, I've heard this bit. Silence, wench! The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address, and upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's a torn-off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And since so happens, it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shamspeare's room. Huh? In my room? Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from elsewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th, and so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist, after all. There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamsphere's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke. I mean, thou were in my room? What on earth? What do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Ugh, same. Miss Green. Yes. Well, lest you have the court's sympathy, I am sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events. Anyone found to be giving false testimony in court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly of receiving the note Miss Green claims to have received. Fuck! Alright. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, pre-adventure, that the note was delivered unto me. On the day of the ruin, I did tarry at a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet no one came. Thereafter, on the event, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? Okay, so wait, what if she mailed him the letter, and then when he was quote-unquote poisoned the night before, she stole the letter back or something? I don't know. Maybe. I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it. That aggressive red. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamsphere? Faith, 'tis so, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think that I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and a fledgling artist don't lie. That's not the thing. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry? I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to see what happened. That's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. Psh, the fledgling will do his best. Picasso had 19 girlfriends. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel, I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamsphere's room. There can be no question of that. Yeah, she has the note, and that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. Okay. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Aye, sire, 'tis as strange to me as it is foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily 'tis impenetrable. What? Mr. Duncan Ross had lodging in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choices were betwixt that I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by my own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. This is a little weird. So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night at the Slug Asylum, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to an almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Fly, sire, flies! What? Good lord! In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer's night dream, come to taunt me. I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? Poor Sasito. Therefore, blah, 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 I don't need to read that. When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts near occupy my mind. I am busied with the greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mission Asimi's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts near occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. And yet, during the time Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamsphere's room. Ah, yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding. Isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? No. You have, so far, failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. Dude. Even he's like, nah, I ain't backing this. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What's Lord Van Zeke's getting at? He knows. It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamsphere about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamsphere's lodgings. But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamsphere's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhado. We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to the breakthrough. His face. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always involved introverted characters. Introverted? Fie, this fledgling doth readily cast aspirations about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true art of an artist, till thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruhado, enter some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. What? I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Sasito. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yes! It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into his room, didn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions led me to that one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Alright, well, I know why. But which evidence is it going to be? Wrong button. Or wrong item. Nope, that's not it. We're not reading that. Okay, so... No, I don't do that. I wanted to hit the present. Okay, so maybe I do the poison bottle. Why would I? To poison the things. There we go. That was the wrong train of thought. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And although the contents spilled during the course of our small meeting, a small quantity remained.
Oh, yeah!
According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as the poison. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that affected Mr. Shamspeare. Ah! Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings. For one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Me! Oh god. Oh my god, she has such a poofy coat. Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with the intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? Well, yeah, there was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at the time. Lord Van Zieks. And of course, the following morning there was more activity in Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity? Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Nasumi, being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas in Mr. Nasumi's room to go out, thereby suffocating the occupant. I'm not saying that word. Bob Ross would be ashamed. But once Mr. Nasumi had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had reason to blow air into the gas pipe. in his intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas to remove the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsumi's trial, which took place right here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. The resulted in Mr. Natsumi returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamsphere was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! She has a box! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. Oh! To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. So Miss Green already figured out how he killed her boyfriend. Lord Order, what do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why do you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel? Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Duncan Ross. Duncan Ross! That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsumi, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Jaredeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago. And the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Ah, wait, of course, yes! I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamsphere blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ah! Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you... Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamsphere. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Oh, marry! Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamsphere, you smeared poison on the end of the gas pipe? Oh, her face. I feel so bad for her, though. This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? Breathe breaths there. Yes, my lord. That's correct. That's quite a twist. Oh, don't even. Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? What do you got, Seeks? Why would Mr. Shamsphere have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusations against the man. Yes, yes! That's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies! I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhado, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it, just be poison the pipe, then what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around. That's all. Sorry? You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh, vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh round-toundry of woman! Round, call her fat! But in any case, wherever I leave my room, I turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door. With some terps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness! Oh, artfulness! Oh, tyranny! Oh, profanity of woman! We shall consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note I had sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Ah! Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. Is it the key on her neck? This rather nice key. Ah! What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. I know What's all this about? He inherited that key. It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open up something now? I don't care. Give it back this instant! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness! So Mr. Shamsphere has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamsphere at first. But considering everything we know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. But I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. Yep. In that case, counsel must demand that you present the evidence of the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamsford's alleged crimes? The report. That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden! Now, the now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they both had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. See, some 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course. Come back to me now. It's written in this file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. Oh, that was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that mate with his most closely guarded secret. the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Ah, you mean this key is... Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge! The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. Ah! But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the victim's lodgings? Well, there's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions started to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for the Garadeb lodgings in the hopes of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been lent to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Ah! Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less! Yeah. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason: to get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot behind the dead convict, left behind by the dead convict. You! Ow! Headbutt into the desk. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to add me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key. Do it. That's what I figured the key was. Take it. Anyway, always stay one step ahead. Right. See you now, I guess. Shamspear. Well, there it is. Flashback confirms. Gonna admit to it? It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Ah! Mr. Shamspear? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhito. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot, which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in the complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. We do? Wait, what are we thinking? My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to where its whereabouts. Wait, what? This has really not come up in much anything, has it? Bro, what? I have no idea what he's thinking. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique twice already, or once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's haul? Oh my god, I have no idea. We gotta finish this, come on. I don't think it's this. Mango? Oh, I know it! If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? Wait, what? Who is speaking? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Ho, ho! Perhaps we should compete for the honor of the most ridiculous title! It's... Ah! It is Sherlock Holmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes? He does know Lord Van Zeeks then well enough to say something like that, in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we are able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Ah! You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary! So now, Mr. Naruhado? Yes. What am I to use the sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in now at Suzuki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his room. What form will sample take? The person. We'll need something of Selden's in order to create this indicator solution to find his loot, and something to convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhado, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? The key. Miss Green. Ah, Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? The key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions of the man's skin on the surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholm's skin print seeker and find out exactly what Selden touched in the room and that he used to rent. Ah! Mr. Shamsphere, one as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hull is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Ugh! So, Mr. Shamsphere, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. Ugh! In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give me the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamsphere. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa! Oh, Shamsfil Spear! Despair! Be thy name! Bro, he dead! He's gone. Bro, the jury has been silent for so long. I just don't remember they existed. His jewels are gone. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Jared really has a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Oh, poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. And 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightfully, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I could not even enter the room, let alone search for the glute. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds into the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead to you into a deadly trap. William Shamsphere. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 4. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms in my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? Oh. But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I had known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted that he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up to the grubbery for some food, so I followed him. And sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick at a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like, I'm the problem, that's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I had heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Ah, you mean? Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing it into the pipework. And that's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. A black market? I never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspect as the man of tampering with in fate. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare, and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I know that would worry him enough so that he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done. That it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts. Even the judge looks sad. "3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock there before me, this whole affair seemed strangely straightforward." "Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we would subsequently find lurking behind the scenes." "It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend." "Oh, yes. And as long as it envisions walking with you." "Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green." "Yes, my lord." "You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare." "Yes, I know." And you, Mr. Shamspear, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsumi here present. Mr. Naruhado? Yes? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from mending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh? And I like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Delicious pancakes. Oh no. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. Mr. Soseki Natsumi. Yes, my lord! The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty! It's over. Now I just got the wrap up. Fireworks in court. That seems highly dangerous. Confetti's one thing. Fireworks? Whew. Court is adjourned. Alright. There's probably about maybe, I would say less. I'm hoping like 5 minutes left. Just wrap up all the sappiness. But what does this have to do with the other case? Like, what? Like, we've been in this for so long, I forgot the reason why we were reliving this, in a sense. Oh, yes, yes, at last! Divine justice duly done! Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache! Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Look, I'm student Mr. Norhar Esquire once again. You saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal, your second in almost almost many days. I was first acquainted with and granted affection for English literature was our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? But a week ago now! I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than all of my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wherever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you are right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to the English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I have made a decision, too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here. And return to Japan. What? Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know that does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. I will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious. From a battle with the Reaper. Ah! Oh, that's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is what I quite understand. My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. My god. But that's not why I'm leaving! I mean it! He yelled objection this time. And that was the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Saseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Sasato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. Probably. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial, on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. How much of this game is in the past, bruh? Oh, here we are. It's Natsume's room. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. Remember this secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires that the man fashioned in the hiding place in the ceiling. And that's what's in? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's haul. Let's see, I want to see. What the? What is that? What is a what? A blood-stained collar? It looks like some sort of neckband or collar. Wait, is that related to the thing about the basket hounds from that they said we weren't allowed to talk about? A collar? It's huge, though. It's got the bee on it! And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it's claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed the inside on there? There are some dark stains. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I had noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over now! I'd never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. What's wrong with Sasato? Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains, could they really have been blood? Or is it Baskervilles? Baskervilles, I think it might have been. Baskervilles, Baskerhound, something. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume. The Mystery of the Knife in the Mist, and the Mustached Man in the Convict's Curse, perhaps. I can make it a 2-part story. Oh, I can't wait! A word, please, Iris? Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 little tales. The second must never be written. That clear? I can fix her. Well, that's the reason why it was under lock and key in the last in the final case of the last game. She wrote it anyway, and he had to put the manuscript under lock and key.
And so it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
That's why we didn't even know.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition in London.
Goodness gracious. Am I free? Is it over? Oh, you can't see it behind Aqua's head. It says end. Thank goodness it's over. I was getting so tired of reading. Why can't the whole game be voice acted? They have such good voice actors. I really wish they could have it all. Oh, goodness gracious. Alright. Well, that's where I'm going to leave it tonight. Let me have a double check real quick of the calendar for the coming days. So I can remind everyone who's here. So the next stream will be... I wish there was a mod for voice actors. That would be really good if they had the Steam mods for it. The next stream will be Monday, New Year's Day as it is, where I think we'll continue the Pokemon stream, and I'll also go over my end of the year review of all the games that I've done. Well, Biggle's here too. I had it. I guess I'm not surprised for the reasons I'm thinking. Anyway, so I'm exhausted. I need a drink. I'm super excited. Oh my god, I gotta time you out for that. Alright, I'm going tonight. I'll see you guys in the new year then. So have a good night, guys. I'll see you in the next stream on Monday. Bye-bye, everyone, and have a good night.